So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that, so this is an example.
Well, I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
Oh my god, fuck! They're arguing about how bad the game is. Okay, hi guys.
Saying that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like, you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like, if you're seeing like clips...
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like, it's just 100% the case. Like, you cannot... If the monsters are slow... like, anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no... Like, they don't... Like, effectively, you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And, like, I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now, there will probably be some areas, like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like, I know there are definitely a few areas where, like, too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that, where, like, when you go to the, the last areas of Act 2, like, the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where, like, we probably want to make some tuning there.
To get more specific, like, I have someone right now, literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionate...
I know. That's so insane. Let me finish. Oh my gosh.
A high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through, and so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just, you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed,
I guess I'm a little...
But just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that, like, one of the issues we run into is, like, people will say, oh, you know, like, things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of, like, targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So...
I love it. I really... Fuck.
You were saying, like, if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but, like, it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speed run.
Oh my gosh. Because I said, no, it is good. And, like, literally this is like, fuck this. No, you're wrong. Wow. Whoa!
Scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Yay! This is right now, there is a thinking process is happening.
Gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time, it just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So, like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations. Like,
if you're
it just shouldn't be that it's it's just that, like, you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE2 in general, is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that, it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And
Okay.
so I think that's the
Smaller?
main issue that we're running into, is just that, it's okay if everything, okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like in PoE1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical, and so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling
Reality
means
strike
that
high.
you can just trivialize the game right
Yesterday,
at the start.
this interview
And
with
so,
the Path
like,
Exile devs.
what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time, but we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry
This is
that we
good.
have when we're looking at things, is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we
If it will be
shouldn't
fun,
like maybe
I
Monster
will,
Life
it's
does have to
okay.
come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for like ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 content.
You're gonna be watching
Well, I
guys
think,
with me?
a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting
They really, like, guys, I understand. So, the thing is, Path Exile 1 is like super fast. And they really don't want this. They wanted... No, first of all, they actually need a place for progression. I get it. They wanted to be more slower, more mindful gameplay. But they overdid it this patch. They just overdid it. They saw, like, how in the end game, apparently the builds were, like, super fast. And they really wanted to nerf it down. They wanted to slow it down for real, so the gameplay would feel differently. And the gameplay, at least in the early game in Path Exile 2, it feels really different. Yeah, I saw also that he did it, but we'll see. That is funny. That is just funny. But yeah, we will see. Jonathan thinks no one is having fun in Path Exile 1. Look. Ah! People love the speed. I know it, guys.
chased
I
down,
know it.
maybe not having a counter player in there.
Also, talking about they need to have the place for progression. What do I mean? Guys, these games, they leave for... It's not like you release the game, okay, the game will come out from the early access, they will release it and that's it. No, with every leak, they will be changing something and they will be adding something. They will most likely add the buffs, they will add the speed. And so if we already started in the point in the point 0, we are starting with the speed of Path Exile 1. We don't have the time or close to Path Exile 1. We don't have this. We don't have the space to increase the speed later or the buffs or whatever. In 18 months, they will even add Druid. If you will behave, Brief Mortal, only, my dear, if you will behave. Only if you will, I don't know, eat your vegetables. No rest for the wicked, with way less mobs. No, they will not fucking do this. That's it. That's too late. It's basically, I don't know, they're kind of trying to sit on both chairs at this point. yeah, but it is how it is.
Like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that, because of what you mentioned with like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a...
Yeah, I have a feeling like faster monsters snow, more monsters here. People like when there are more monsters, but people like them to be slow. So you could kite them, so you could group them together, and then
like to have things to actually go and start to address.
Spear.
Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters slower?
Won't that immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right?
Do you prefer the game, guys? Here, you're the players. Do you prefer the game immediately to have a challenge in it?
So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level,
even
it's
after
like,
the change, even
for
after
me.
the
And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus Canopy and Mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act...
I'm trying to look at the problem, to look at this question from two perspectives. On one hand, you have the first, like, you know, the new player. You're just starting, and you're fucked. You're screwed. Everything is killing you, and you are... Either you actually really like it because you prefer challenging gameplay, or you will be annoyed and you will just quit. The question is, like, you know, what's the percentage of people with this mindset? On the perspective of the experienced player, you will not give a damn. You know that there is an end game. You will learn the paths. You learn the whole this. I need to buy from the vendor. I need to buy this weapon or that, and you will anyway train yourself to. No matter how challenging the first act is, it will become super quick, not as challenging. It doesn't matter for the experienced player.
And it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
Yeah, the Faradin have a problem.
And then you get
the Titan Valley as well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control.
They make it small,
And you got heaps of this. So start there. We keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like why is it that there are 6 different varieties of which all are just, as you've heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, okay, fair enough. they need to. Not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example, some of them can be fast, and
I'm
maybe the
with
answer is
Jonathan.
okay. They
I'm
should be
with
weaker.
Jonathan. Then, like, guys, Jonathan is pissed that a lot of people are hating on his vision. Guys, you all are playing the game just wrong. I like. Stop complaining! Chickens, let's call it chickens. Let's call it chickens and keep pushing!
So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things.
Badminton.
And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing because I know that's just bad. Like I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like. Once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like. If there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, you know, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works.
This is too
Like
amazing.
you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost,
Stop whining, you mother.
is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now. But it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like,
2 out
if
of
you've
10.
got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your.
It's Jonathan, guys. It's Jonathan. He saw, like, guys, that like the people were playing the game wrong. The people were playing the game wrong, and they slowed it down. And they so slowed. Oh, Dorn Sirik, thank you so much. Hi on YouTube. And they slowed it down. I like. This is all Spark built. This is all Spark built.
Combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on.
Probably they will.
But you still need an amount
They
of that.
will. They will kick my
it just
lightning
becomes all flat.
spear.
We've I mean, we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, you know, talking about.
I understand this. No. Like the whole, like, you know, that you don't feel yourself always 100% safe. I get it. I totally get it. Yes, monsters should be able at some point when you're not careful, they should be able to fuck you. But like, I get it.
The monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously.
Well, monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. It is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like we have been talking
Kitchen,
about.
you're wrong, because even if this is one person who is playing 8+ hours a day, depending on the day. But anyway, this has a good representation, obviously, of his community and everything. But Jonathan and Mark, they both have the stats, guys. They have the data. They have actually the information of like how people are playing, what they are playing, how many hours. I'm just saying on average. And that's why it is like, this has strong opinions and he has the information, but they do have the knowledge. And that's why it's actually great that these two people meet and talk because they have different
About
perspectives.
a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like,
Real
that is what's
elitist, no. Have you heard? Like, hear the Jonathan. Apparently, I am the only one who's playing the game right. I am playing it fucking slow. I go hardcore, and I go hardcore, and I'm going super slow, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. But apparently, okay, I'm using lightning spear. And apparently, this is wrong. But does it matter? I think I'm with Jonathan. I am super good.
Important to us is making the game still have a feeling of hard being difficult, and I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is you know, well, I know this is like way further away, but like, you know, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, you know, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. It is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that.
Super OP minions.
So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is, or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is the shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE2. Like we didn't have that in PoE1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
and
good.
So, like,
I think it's the frequency
it's
of them
finding,
in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like, I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get, that you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot, but. Especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say, a lot don't hit that mark.
I have the
some do,
damage.
some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so.
Yeah.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. And
No one likes
look,
it.
I mean, people are going to be unhappy
No
about
one
nerfs
likes
whenever
it.
we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening. Now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of the league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like the last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days,
Plus, releasing it. Why releasing it then on the 4th? Why then fucking up the release of Last Epoch? That doesn't make any sense at all. We were not ready, but we released it anyway, and we released it on the 4th.
is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? What are we changing? What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got...
Sorry, Tencent had our asses. We had to release it as soon as possible. That's why we fucked Last Epoch, and that's why we released it when it wasn't ready.
Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can, and maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the
For real? For real? Okay. Sorry, Tencent owns everyone's asses.
intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like, we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
We're not talking about the releases. Why did they do the patch Down of the Hunt they released specifically on the 4th?
Do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying, you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that
Assassin's Creed
day's
was good,
worth
no?
of work that we were talking about, and then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff, and like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that, but yes.
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like,
Are you sure? Assassin's Creed Shadow, the latest Ubisoft blah blah game, has become the second highest selling title ever at launch for the series.
your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE1, you have things like 7 step and stuff like that, and at least so far we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large,
Well,
we
okay,
can't
guys,
get
I'm
like
not
the
saying-
same amount of speed
I
on
heard it
our
was
second
quite
and third
successful.
character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to
Speedrun it.
to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our
Vandals
movement
see
speed
you
is
in
like
an hour.
relatively slow. Like even like Matland waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it
Yeah, so
longer.
that-
It is just a lot
that
of these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people. But like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. Like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular
So,
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the
whole you're going slow thing.
like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once
just
again
say
faster,
yes.
then always
Just
faster
say
than
yes.
monsters,
It is
then
possible.
you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore. Like you
It
combat
doesn't
is
mean that
optional
they
kind
will
of,
do
like,
it
situation
tomorrow,
again.
but it is possible.
So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution,
Yeah.
people might hold us accountable to that in a
Enigma,
degree.
guys.
And like we haven't
Enigma.
tried it yet, so we
But
can't.
we
Like,
have
commit
been
to
do
talking
Enigma.
about it.
That was
We do have
cool.
some options we want to try.
I want.
We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem,
Yeah.
which is 7 lead steps. There are many, 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 many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient, yes. It will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did
Right, opposite
higher level
side.
uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's
Okay.
going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
But is there like the question is okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
Like,
not
for
as
damage.
bad. It's not as bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that wasn't the solution because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having the ability
As
to be the
said,
solution.
we have some things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
Right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, it's we're always a bit on discussing what those will be, because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part
Making
of
it
the
more
consideration, I guess.
customizable.
But yeah,
Would be not bad.
Our UX
not the
guy's
main
currently
concern.
working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we
Yeah,
might. Want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if
they
people
go
like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and you
Yeah.
know all that problem, and
Yeah.
hopefully if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE1, because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and
Me
we then don't
searching
have
for the sockets,
anywhere
buying
at to
all
really
the gear
fix
with the
this.
sockets right now.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, that they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
don't-
Like he has streamer drops. Fuck. Plus 200. Yeah, that was really like, dude, that's bad. That's bad.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably
Holy crap! You don't have this experience.
80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would
the,
love
the,
to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive
This is gold.
to use for new players.
Well, it is
so
a lot
really it's just
stronger.
to make-
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
but-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It just as a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people like that?
it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added
would-
those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in
It's true.
any.
So that's something that we could definitely do,
yeah.
which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting bench,
And we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding
Actually, the drop rates of the runes and the drop rates of the jubilar orbs is like insane. It's insane. It's different numbers completely. Different period of numbers. Yeah.
deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't, and what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then you get screwed over. And so things like,
but shouldn't the game introduce you and explain you, if you're the new player, the first what you need to put where and why you need to use the crafting bench or whatever? Oh yeah.
even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? That's the kind of thing that's a bit of a problem. And so I
need to drink tea.
We just have to be really careful about that. And that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just completely ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's you've got it shouldn't be that just a single there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's you're completely you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also
oh no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you're suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are, very front-facing, in your face, and are, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved by through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, "Hey, chuck this in your weapon for more
But they
damage."
said
If you're
we were
using a
drunk.
bow.
We're sorry.
Well, 100. It
I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally, we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And-
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, what is the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a
that
fine
stuff.
line there for sure.
Right.
But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problems.
They listened.
So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
I like the name.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note is that there aren't runes that
I don't really. Usually, I'm quite good at reading the emotions and like reading the room. I don't think that Jonathan is like super pissed.
give you attributes, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so
So-
that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought
I think
up
he's a moderate
a
amount.
bit ago,
He's-
but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with
Right.
another
That
item.
is the
Oh yeah, that's also true, by the way.
It is. That's why
Um,
like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like
Moderately
that.
pissed.
And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day, I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the items. But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like
Yeah,
there
100%.
might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
We'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards,
Right.
for sure. I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and
Right.
yeah, I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? We were like, tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because
Same
an
dirt
alternate
on the
solution
YouTube.
might
Good
just
luck
be
to you.
that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for
Cajun.
one on
Fuck yeah.
obviously PoE 1, and you combine that
I'll
with the
see the
crafting
full-
bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation
From the
is that-
banana
the
banana
expectation
man
is that you should
cartoon.
be able to get through
I saw other cartoons in my childhood.
from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. So like, but if the monster life
Okay, so when I go
or
kill
monster
some
damage
monsters,
is
I'll
not
tell you the
calibrated
truth.
correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious, like to like what people are supposed to do there.
the other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. To this boss, I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately.
Right.
So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now, what am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy it is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah.
In brain,
I also think
no
part of it
game
is
idea,
that
but
we're
like I
definitely
really like
not dropping
other
enough
questions.
gear.
What
Like
he's
the
saying.
state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've
He's
found
good.
throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough,
Yep.
you're also
I don't
just
think
saying
in
the
brain that
monsters
all
are
of people
too
would
powerful.
agree with you.
Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it is. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well-
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then? On, like, when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
that-
one,
No, guys, I'm really like I understand this is Zizoran and like, but I do really appreciate the whole. Nah, I disagree with you. This, and this, actually, in the game.
one of the things that PoE2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do.
Then
and
it's
what that
Nimbrand,
actually
it's a
means is
question-
that
it's
you have situations where you
the
change
dev's
from a rare to a
problem, not
magic in some
him.
cases. You're like changing around your gear through the campaign,
It's
and
not
it
his
results
problem,
in way
not this
more
problem.
like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you know you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like you're just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place. But what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like
So-
it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're, like, finally finding, let's say, like, a glove with 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way
Like
until
this
maps,
one.
because we aren't really finding anything else.
Where are my
We have very
Exaltors,
little currency to
Jonathan?
craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding, like, a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people will find as much as, like, 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems, like, very, very
I
early
can't-
heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen.
I also had this
because
experience.
like the gear,
Yeah.
like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game, just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due
Right.
to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand. it.
Several
Thankfully,
times
yeah.
I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like, you know,
My fucking luck.
it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say
Data.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing, and the item not being usable. So,
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that
but
is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're, if you know, like
What is the result of me not getting also exalted orbs? Because I would say the drop rates of regals and regals, I'm calling it somehow regals, but anyway, I would say it's pretty much the same, if not regals are dropping more often.
that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be
I
that
think
common
Vandal's
anymore because
explanation
the
is perfect, guys. You don't get it because you must suffer. That's it.
intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling.
Gambling going to
So
get
like
perfect.
alchemies are like
We are
relative, like the alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
in that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like, we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations.
So the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist and bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like, this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like, singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3.
I mean, we
it does
probably
shitty
will
damage.
increase the number of charm slots. Like, that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, the effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before, you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign. It kind of was a bit, it was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
It was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it.
We just have shitty
or
things
mitigate
in our
the thing
game.
that caused it, and
Yeah, we have
those
it.
where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation or
Guys,
intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know,
Then give us base too!
that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like,
Yeah.
like that wasn't even, like, even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually noticed. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they did do a lot of damage, that would be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like, it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like,
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like, that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is, like, charm. There's a level of, like, reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value, there's also just, like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely
There's also Diablo 4 interview.
like, nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless, of course, it makes it take longer, in which We'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So, yep.
Yeah. In PoE1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like, the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE2 the notables are very interesting. Like, it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
More work
like,
to do there,
yeah,
though.
but
for
there is
sure.
more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified.
Oh yeah, I know that the
notables,
energy
and
was super
so,
different.
Yeah, I think we can.
Well,
that's
last
prob-
epoch,
I
last
think I
epoch wasn't yet
prefer it,
released. People are not yet
just
released.
yeah, putting the power
It's
in the
okay.
notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like, those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would
A
have.
lot
I mean,
more
that was
wins in
certainly
the
not
chat
something
for
that I
Lost
would be
Epoch.
against
There's
at all,
also
but-
just like the passive tree is like over.
All of this, guys, I'm still absolutely convinced that all of this is just one big ad campaign for Last Epoch release.
Overwhelmingly complicated to people,
Right.
and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made
It
the thing
is
that
how it
scares
is,
people the
guys.
most
It
more
is how
scary.
it is.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing.
Tencent is owning part of Last Epoch. What if Tencent made Path of Exile release on the 4th when they were not ready, when they just they just forced them to release it on the 4th? They had to kick the Last Epoch release. That made them look bad, and they released this patch, they released Down of the Hunt, which is by most people considered also bad. And it's also dragging more attention to Last Epoch, and more people will go and be happy to discover Last Epoch. It's all evil Tencent plan, maybe.
Thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always
as
true,
a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
it's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like, it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a Harper player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense. And just like anecdotally, if the two options, right, if we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right?
Real buff
I always
ammo.
think like
Make it
if one should be
valuable.
out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
If they can't hit
I
you,
mean, we've suffered from this for a long
if you hit them first,
it is ultimately a
don't have a
consequence of just
defense
having
problem.
the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that.
mostly the case.
But then, shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet. Right, we're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank. Not just like one big telegraphed one-shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever,
Well,
because it would have to
yeah.
effectively be able to do
So-
3 of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have.
In comment on
but
the
it would be
20th
like
of May, nice to see you.
it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change the more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So, when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I
I don't get
mean,
this question.
that's. I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like we're just like. But okay, sure. You're talking. Okay, like so. Okay, so that question I would say
Like it's not
only
one
makes
shot in
sense
you and you
in
can leave.
an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Mhm.
So like it kind of means that like the boss doing
the
the
early
abilities to
access,
be able
okay.
to like to the boss trying to win is or like and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like it's so what I'm saying is so what are you not agreeing with then
Well,
about
well, I
that
think
assessment?
you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one shots, but even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper, so I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a
Well,
good way
hang
to
on. So
regen
that's
them
not.
during the
So,
fight.
so I'm not. When I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time, rather than something that moves around.
Well, it
from bottom
effectively
to
is
top all
through the
time.
fast, right?
Get
Well,
it at all.
yes. The
Like, I was
attrition,
no longer
the-
able to
okay,
recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore,
The campaign is quite
I agree.
attrition.
in
It's
that,
just,
in,
it's just
in
that
way,
the
yes.
the
Oh, yes.
kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like
Right.
it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one shot you at all, which
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
well, just to check real quick as
Yeah.
well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like
I do appreciate the
your
change when they add
your
it.
personal agility or
Thanks so much for
dexterity
following.
based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always
Yeah.
a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter
Sure.
move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be, which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
where
yeah.
where it just isn't, and then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me.
Banana done.
So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, it is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in there?
Straight through the
I'm just curious.
Yeah, so
I don't know which problems everyone has with the wolves on like after act. Look, I grilled all of them. No, only 3 levels.
You're mine.
They're not that fast. I don't know. Built.
Oh, definitely, I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just
Right,
like,
yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight-up one-shot. Like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit, like, too fast to be those one-shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is 2 problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling
Updated the
fair,
command,
which
guys. Thank you so
there
much
are
for
things here that
following.
are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger
through
thing,
the
which
art.
is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. Like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like,
I have
don't get me
received
wrong,
reports
there's
of
nothing
a
more,
number
and
of
I've spoken about this before in the past. There's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no
I've seen-
like
I
having
see, I
the
see, I
ability
see.
to move. Like that's also
especially
disappointing.
without the gear.
Like
He's
it's
also
kind of,
updating
it's
the
almost a
page.
bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these 2 horrible outcomes is better. Like like surely the actual
Yeah.
answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see
Yeah,
offense.
maybe it is, but like I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like
Yeah.
that is a thing people just like doing. And so like the amount of incentivization and so then there's the issue of like well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like it's just really hard to get that balance right. So Like,
yeah.
and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like
Yeah.
that people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in
Don't
general, just
think
thinking
so
about
much.
it. Like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight was just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I
also
have
help
other
mitigate it.
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say like effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, I are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Like, armor does not exist.
Well, in PoE2 context, I am not happy with the current state of monster armor break. No, that is also on my change today list. So
Thank you for
I need to.
following.
There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break
Is it okay if
becomes
we
from
listen
the
in the
enemy.
background, guys? So it's
I
too creepy.
suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more punish. The more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like. Yeah, it acts as an insane weakness, but yeah, no, 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and arbiter, and there's a
Yeah.
whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No, no,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor
Oh,
too.
I
is
see what
that-
you're saying. Sorry. Misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to change-
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change
I love that
armor, we
he's
need to
dodging.
be able to understand why it's bad.
He's
And I
tanking.
don't think just
I
changing the
love
number
it.
right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like I don't think we've fully understood
we
the
did
issue
a
there.
few things, like we there was
Real
some
elitist,
overwhelm on
happy,
some
happy
bosses,
day,
and we
thank
removed
you.
it, and there was there were too many skills converting too much into element, and I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number
But
shift,
that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like
Yeah.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But well, maybe
Because I would,
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means,
of-
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We can.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take
Perfect.
anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Woohoo! Mr. Huntress, yeah.
Thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE2. In PoE1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But
Yeah, by the way.
This sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way.
Yeah, I'm planning to
previously.
play Dune, yeah.
It is sort of a medium core
chaos-
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well, Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a hard fight. That's just a side note. That's separate, but like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos resistance, and so therefore,
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I
Poison she's doing.
because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of us
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from
Don't go
poison
for guys.
itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple. So all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos,
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's
Question
like
mark
more of a
build,
fairness
this
problem because
is-
ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your
It is like in Spear
other
build.
defenses would, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be
Okay.
clear.
I-
Which in PoE1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spears from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about...
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit
Like-
about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like, as, like, it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like
I
the
see
the
the
more strength the
result.
character
Oh,
has,
you're
or wearing
killing
heavy
me.
armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that, like, people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing, like, full plate, but, like, yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing
Can, but
around
just a
very
little
easily.
bit, not too long. But still can.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of... Well, there's two things. There's, like, monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here, are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like
sword,
when they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation, really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain
Why?
things
Why
I
they're
wanted
not
to
bad
do.
if they're
Like,
trying to kick your ass?
I
No,
wanted
they're
it
not
to
bad.
be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the antlions
Yeah, and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
still happens sometimes.
It seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that. too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
That
Yeah.
was almost a challenge.
So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very
Lightning
prohibitive.
strikes twice. Another hunt, another trophy.
I do find it to be maybe not. Oh, I do find it to be very fucking
They
cheap right
added
now. is the
slot
thing.
machine.
Exactly.
Slot machine.
Hmm.
I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem.
Level
like,
20 jab.
I'll respec my
with a
character
little
all the
machine.
time.
Oh, I
I
like
don't think twice about it.
Yeah,
Like
drop
it's
it, drop
not
it.
been a concern really.
I guess it depends how
regard.
much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if
Yeah,
you're
that's
just like
fine, not
early,
that I really
so I
don't
don't think
think
it
it's
takes
worth
that long to actually do a pretty
Because I
substantial.
died
I
reset.
have to
that's
admit
fine.
that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really. Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, then now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare in my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like. Because like
Will not like
the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, you know, like stuff like that, and like say, and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
price.
sure, but
I
I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change.
For that to happen,
But like,
time is of the essence.
A marriage of convenience if ever I've seen one.
like it depends
This,
partly
can you
also
ask
on just
this?
how much
Why
we change.
this is so fucked up?
Without knowing the you know how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is more.
can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
solution.
then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Die, beast!
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that Energy Shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like, we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure, then, I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a light, a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like, what changed to make that not the case? Like, I'm talking pre-release. Could you remember when the frickin' like prowlers and G14 bled you? And,
we had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it.
But
Some
reckon it's the
that I
hands,
can't
eh?
remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things,
Cool.
which was also unfun, by the way.
yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just as, how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing, because like I would never divine an item, like because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like
We're gonna
in
check.
need
No
of
worries.
it. But
Okay, are you saying that? Are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
it's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be. I guess is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, that's is that partly also just because the ranges and/or power of an implicit is just too weak?
Gamba box?
Great.
2,000? There mobs coming as well or no? This is insane!
Even better. Even better. Okay.
Augment. Transmute times 20. 10 regals.
And each roll is 100k? Perfect
Fucking
jugular
no.
orb. No, that's not too bad. At least not one.
As well,
Yeah, potentially.
they're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
It
so
increases-
that's
it
just
increases
It's just
all
a
this
thing that
stuff
kind of
like that.
happened, and then
Gambling
honestly,
machine.
it just went under the radar the whole time.
Casino, baby.
If there were more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yep. It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, you're
See
just
you.
are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you, let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like,
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE1, are there really people going around? Like,
Thank you.
surely it
you.
isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE1. I mean, I
I've
guess it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or
Right.
especially different in PoE1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized.
influence things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like
you,
that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE1, which is the Ralakesh Impatience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
Right. But I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
goes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependence on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is the
based on
key.
the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of
comes back to the we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions. And,
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like, what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
questions about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
Yeah, it
And
does. But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your
Watch
character.
yourself.
That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that
fair.
doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever. Which is a more
That's
a thing that's come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That yeah, that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
there'll be
I
more
was-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the, like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Or I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like not so it does not that sorry, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I
and then-
thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
no. There's a
No,
second
no.
thing there.
The
Or
second
was
one
it?
was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So
Yeah.
in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low level life sprig and that's you use a low level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And
I
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah.
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets.
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters just, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way,
reminds me of Diablo
you will
4.
understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able
Yeah.
to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that
Lightning
minions
strikes
work
twice.
best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a
No,
time.
no
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen.
I'm just saying it could be that like okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay,
so
I
instead of
Yeah.
like, oh, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one. Oh, he died. And
Yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again. Yeah.
that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we can make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
But
Yes, let's
but,
do this.
yeah, that was probably a negative thought.
I think
actually,
that's a
to be having.
solution.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like
Yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
Convocation.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where it's reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or
Not
something like
necessarily,
that.
it's
If there's
just
a-
the way I played.
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that
But I
players probably wouldn't
specifically
see it as
played this way.
convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like
Right.
yeah, like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
That being said, it
Yeah.
might still just be better, and there might be some room for a.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
I'm in the queue, guys. I'm
I
in the
would
queue.
much
waiting
rather
out
find a
from
better
the
solution
server.
to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one
No,
monster.
it
The
was
other
just
side of
kicking
the
you
map
out
may have
and you
to,
are
like,
reconnecting,
do
that's it.
so much backtracking.
That's it. Back.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that
But I
that's
think it's
the
not gonna
answer.
put me on the map where I
But
was.
I understand the
Fucking
issue.
fuck.
Like,
I
there's
mean,
been a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
Yeah,
icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the
I have to
current
go
way
for
it
this
works
again.
is
Guys,
that
I've got
it's
the
like when
heart.
200
I need
remaining
the
they
heart.
appear, and on some maps that's like you
Stupid
kill 3
coupons.
packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we
Um,
kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about
Yeah.
with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not
Yeah.
even looking into the game.
But,
And so,
but I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
well,
I love
okay,
that change.
like,
The
do we
minimap.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least
Oh,
for me.
okay. Sorry, I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the-
kinda do that
oh,
anyway.
one of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay. Like so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah. I want to change
As a
that
challenge, that would be
imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just?
What are the draws?
Probably just enable seeing the res. On the
I agree.
Probably
I
better
like that.
just to
I agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was
Which
a big
means
problem, and
that
I was
all
like,
of
I'll
you are
just
just
actually go and
nopes.
actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because of that-
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a
donut,
good-
right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's, yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure, I will look at that as well. I will add it to the today list.
Yeah.
Piece of filth.
It's
Fuck,
going to
I
be a
like
big day.
this.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
the
I
problem. Okay,
appreciate
we're
you guys
looking
doing
into
this.
it. Second exalted orb, guys, in
So,
5 minutes.
Obviously,
Was a good
PoE,
disconnect.
You're
They
not
buffed me. I
necessarily
think they
tied
buffed
to
me.
like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now, I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
untick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and level up that way.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
the- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question, the Smith's
Drink
hammer
coffee,
ability.
goddammit.
I was watching, I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69
time.
using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake, straight
Awesome.
up.
All good.
I so enjoyed.
So there are
guys.
multiple skills
We
that
made a
can use
mistake.
charges.
Yep.
A few players have reported that like they might want to use charges on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses charges, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, you were talking because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something. And
Oh,
that
and
way
they
you
did
could,
it, guys.
use
They
that with
already added
barrage
it.
if you wanted to disable it for that.
They're
or
talking about
something
this.
like
They
that. So I think
already
that'd probably
did
be
it.
the way. But I have to think about exactly.
When
what
will be
that
the
could be, but
changes that I
something
feel
along those
that
lines would
they
be the way to
talked
do it.
about? When
I
they're
have a
dropping
little
it?
like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly
stuff they're working
moved
on.
to
Yeah,
having,
yeah, so
12 classes.
maybe it will be in one
partly
patch,
because of
like,
that.
you know,
like, to
reduce
make
map
that the case.
sizes.
Like we want that, and this is actually
And
was
all of the
driven part-
changes.
like, I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was
That's
this
quick.
thing where we're like, okay, if you're, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's
Yeah.
open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do
think
this
they
thing.
work
It's like it's kind of
because they
important
do.
for new players to have that
They do.
happen.
Yeah.
So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did
Minions,
that in the
boom,
first place.
fixed.
And I mean, like an evidence of that in
No.
PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even
Be
though
more
there's all
keep-
this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like a new it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively, just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that from the very beginning you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing
Yeah.
you want to play.
No. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venture strongbox, chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is,
Yeah.
or rare that is effectively useless.
People know. I don't know what you're doing.
Something needs to change there. Like it ain't. It is,
JAVAZON.
it isn't right.
We actually
I wanted to play
some
something else.
corrupted
I just
drops
played JAVAZON, like in a good
before
old
O2 went
Diablo
out,
2
and then
days.
because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just
forgive
sucks.
me for this.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah,
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I did play Diablo 2.
I believe we would. So what was
We're
the
adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets,
Yeah.
and obviously fragments. Breach and or
Okay,
catalyst.
not me, thank God.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we
Yeah.
can just have the affinities with because the tabs take longer to make.
Okay.
And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into it, looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Yeah, just what do
How's
you
your
guys think
experience
of
with
recombinator
recombination?
use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
Yeah,
experience.
kind of
with it.
waiting for
Yeah.
more info and data there for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers
Yeah.
or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2. This whole system sucks.
There was a real like. It's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you know,
Yeah.
they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like you know,
It's-
like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's right.
haven't.
Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were
ha-
2 major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
2. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, you know,
Who knows what price
feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's
Yeah.
fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in Zero.
What the fuck is anecdotically?
Zero one.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed
So
it.
that's why we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah.
this.
So I'm the wrong
What is
person
it
to
gonna
ask
be?
for about
Because
sustain, and obviously
in
there's
Russian
no
it's
issues for me
like
with sustain
joking.
now.
It's joking.
I've talked to my community a little
kidding,
about this,
but
and it was
kidding
pretty split with the
about this.
with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So
Also
I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
yes.
people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right
No
now? I
movement
guess
speed,
people
That's
okay.
why,
want,
that's why I'm
like-
asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the reveal
Ron,
section more.
welcome,
And so that's why I
welcome.
did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah,
something
so
like that,
but,
just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have a
yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like
Cheers.
you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that just to make it a bit better. But
Yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself, I
It's
like
good to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So
Yeah.
But for
yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up,
Bring it.
just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of player speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in
What the fuck happened?
with effectively a few
Third Exalted Orb, guys, in, I don't know, 10 minutes. But 4C, nice to see you, my dear. We're listening to the
players
interview.
are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike.
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing. I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, "Why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear," which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Rutu made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is their number one play build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes,
Yeah.
right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like,
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So,
Yep. So
No!
a few PoE1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
Yeah, I
that?
think we were like. I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait, you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing. I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band because, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be,
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I
Not
mean,
going to
I would
happen.
put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE1 works in PoE2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE2 back to PoE1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE2
Wow.
in PoE1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the like, but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively like. Yeah, we always sort of imagined
No.
that we would take the PoE2 character rigs and port them back to PoE1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. 'Cause obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE1 you already bought. So like, therefore, we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we
and
can do that.
another thing is like incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
We
the
currently
stupid
do-
PoE1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do.
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So, yeah, and then
Also,
at that point we could add WS.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah.
PoE2 characters right now. That
So-
is
Awesome.
what they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So, like, it is our intention to get that in.
Pausing is
Awesome.
amazing. guys.
Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh,
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
This sounds
Yeah,
so
should be
bad.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
most would
This is
take
not-
only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
but
but there's like implications
it's
for a lot
not-
of
Yeah.
like yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier,
No,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like
And
actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that, and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that. But it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah,
Alright,
thank you
awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank you.
time.
Woo! So guys, what do you think? Fuck, of course it's here.
Part of the storm.
Let's have a break. Let's have a little break. But we will watch last Epoch interview and we will watch Diablo 4 interview. Lightning speed is the next nerf guaranteed. Fuck! They said they're not gonna nerf it in between. Guys, I haven't had my fun yet.
Come on.
Please, not nerfing shit when it's just the beginning. Not nerfing shit between the season. In the middle of the season. It's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm okay if it's gonna happen in 2 months. I'm totally fine. Do whatever. But give me those 2 months. I wanna have fun. They took Lightning Spear away from me. Not Lightning Spear. They took the spark away from me. Let me play a little bit with Lightning Spear.
Strike twice.
But I had my fun with Spark. Oh, I had. Dog Hunter, hi. Need level 2 supports, boys and girls. Level 2 supports I need. Good old unique. Right out of the gate. Oh, I'm struggling in the new league on hardcore, guys.
Straight through the art.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. I'm kinda happy that Zeus actually asked them, what the hell did you do? Why, like, you made the game slower? And I understand why, but it's nice hearing it from people in charge.
Come on.
Nope.
Straight through the art.
Smoking Karma, have a wonderful day. Have a, like, super day. I need to close my window. Still waiting for the curtains. Curtains will arrive at some point. Maybe. Oh, support gem, guys. Support gem we need. Support gem we really need. Blue. But it was hard to decide which exact color of blue should it be. And I'm still not sure, but I got what we got. What I got.
A clean kill.
Should make it like super dark. Not that blue. Soft blue cannot work as a blue screen.
Come on.
Guys, you know that I found absolutely the best TV show. There is nothing better. You will not find anything better.
Spirits, some swords done. Ready? Go on then.
Nothing, but it's not existing. And yes, and it was found. When life gives you tangerines. I watched 1 episode and 10 minutes and I saw the best kiss, the most romantic and the most wonderful kiss in the history of the television. It is fucking too good. I'm so happy. I am so happy. No, it's too good. Too good.
Lightning strikes twice.
You need to understand. You need to watch it to understand why it's the best kiss ever. And it's like the 2nd episode. I'm not episode 10,000. It's Korean, guys. It's Korean. And I don't know. It's so cool. Yeah, and like you need to have a perfect kiss. You need to build the whole world. Like it's insane. No, you need to see it. You need to see it to understand, guys.
Oh, this here was someone's home. A worthy foe. Rathan don't discriminate. It twists witches and innocents alike.
It's on Netflix. Slavs, when life gives you tangerine. Fuck Twilight. What the fuck? No. When life gives you tangerines. Twilight has like 0 chances. 0. It's about Korea, South Korea in the 60s, specifically. About the island Jeju. So the thing is, like, I don't know, like, it's so funny. I'm following, guys, couple of Korean content creators. Not even Korean. It's actually, they are Russians who moved to Korea. Yeah, it's K-drama. I guess. We are Korean drama. Anyway. And one of them, she married a Korean guy, and his parents, they're from this fucking island, from Jeju. and she's constantly showing how they're going to the parents and everything. Plus, the mother, like his mother, she is, I think it's like called Tenyo. Anyway, she's this woman who is snoring. Wait, not like this guy. She is the woman who is like working like the mother of the main character in this TV show. So I'm kind of wow. Like, whoa! I know way too much. But anyway, the TV show is like incredibly beautiful and has right now like the best ratings of the eternity. So I'm not disappointed. And by the way, I watched the third episode of the Adolescence and oh, I am disappointed. I don't know. Why everyone being so hyped about it? This shit was overhyped for me. Absolutely overhyped.
Straight through the air.
Maybe because those motherfuckers, I don't know if you watched Adolescence, did you knew about the existence of incel and no this whole group of men? Or it was a surprise for you? Because I knew the motherfuckers were in the Russian news a couple of times, so I knew. I do think they're acting absolutely amazing. How they're acting, it's godly. It's level fucking god, especially the boy. Oh, the boy has a future. Oh, that's too good.
This, there is Benley will know. I'll wait here.
Just a good loot again. This is getting annoying. Oh my gosh, sorry. I got 2 exalted orbs. Guys, I have 5 exalted orbs. I feel myself super rich. Okay, I feel like important shit is actually level 11. The coded guys, who watched Adolescence? Who watched Adolescence? You were surprised, you liked it, you don't like it? Coded messages is a thing? I have no idea. When the teenager was explaining his dad that like the red heart means this, the yellow this, that this, I'm like, fuck, what? I just use them depending on the color of my t-shirt or whatever, depending on like what looks nice, that's it. That's it. Like, whoa. What ascendancy did you pick? Amazon, obviously. No map reset. Did you keep the loot? That sucks. Oh, superheroes. So low chance I'll watch it. There are thunderings. Adolescents, there are teenagers. Yeah, I went for crit. I went immediately for crit chance. Crit damage, what was it called? But yeah, the first shit. Didn't you say that? Didn't you say that? Not even on the same. Fuck, Dorn. It's super scary. Guys, are you being disconnected on the European servers? You still suck. Maybe you less suck. Nah, you suck.
Care to take a look? You're feeling lucky?
Not even fucking close. Just got back. Maxim, they talk about all kinds of things, but basically they quite oftenly admitted, yeah, here we fucked up, here we fucked up. About the speed they have, no, like basically, I do feel like they do not agree within themselves about the speed of the game, how it should be, how it should go. They see that people don't like it, but they also like kinda get good fuckers.
Guess I can help move that for you.
Spell physical damage you will not use in your life, guys. Spell physical damage. Who on planet Earth is using this? I don't know, but in case, it's a relatively good one, so I'll put it. Maybe I'll need it.
The time has come for this cookie!
Not yet.
Nom, 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 oh, nom, 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 nom.
I probably should. Ah, I don't have owls, sorry. Oh fuck, I need to do this. Oh, I don't wanna.
And that's that. No common beast could carve out something of this size. Lightning strikes twice.
And I don't remember if I need to do this. Do I need to do this? Do I need to kill the bug? Sincerely don't remember. Is it like 2 points or no? No, I don't. Ah, okay, fuck this. If you need the gem, it will drop. No, I kinda need, but the gem will drop in a lot of places. Guys, I have 5 exalts. I have 5 exalts. I have 5. Do you like? Yeah, I have 5 exalts. 5. What if I will buy myself a new weapon for 5 exalts? You want me to save till 10? But then maybe it wasn't just ammo, you know? And boots I want. But I'm super early in the game. Don't you think that the big spear will be like higher level? At least level 60 or something.
Proof of me prowess. through the art.
I'm level 49. Highly appreciate.
This place bears the wounds of war.
And thank you so much for sharing with us this information.
A worthy foe. Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile.
I don't hate you, no.
Lightning strikes twice!
Too good.
Thought who have already died. They fought well enough.
I don't hate you, no.
You're mine!
Guys, it's burning my purse. I wanna buy something. My gear sucks. My gear actually sucks. I need new gloves. I need new chest ammo, and I need new boots. Really need new boots. But new weapon would be also so nice.
I'm hearing voices now. And yet the spirits stay silent.
Stay for the big spear.
Let's see what can I get for 5.
A clean kill. Back to the dirt with you.
The time has come for this cookie. Nom, nom, nom,
The time has come for water.
nom, 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 nom.
Fox Gaming, hoi hoi. You're also disconnecting. That's not funny. Today something is wrong. Today something like for real. European service apparently being poo-poo.
Straight through the art.
Which one are you using? What do you mean? Ah, server Frankfurt. No, I was also disconnected, guys, once. I don't know. I love lightning spear.
Proof of my prowess.
This should be buffed. This is good.
I reckon that's the last of them.
3 bars, guys. 3 bars. Phew, can we get those two, well, already 2 bars before we fight this boss? Maybe.
Heart of the storm.
Apparently Act 1 actually, for real, has a little bit more exalted orbs than the others. One bar. One bar. Really quick? No, it's hilarious, guys. Half a bar. And then we
Over there.
fight.
Bound to be runes in that pile.
Yep, there we go. Unfortunately. Plays with brightness at highest. Maybe. I don't really like it. I don't really enjoy it. It's too eating my eyes. Alex, nice to see you. Guys, we're cleaning the space here. So we would be able, in case, if we need it, if we'll be able to run around. And now we're gonna kick the boss in the butt. Maybe. How fast, dude? Oh, fuck, maybe not. The destiny has spoken! What the fuck was this? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. My 5 exalted orbs just ripped! And we didn't even have the prediction. We just ripped my 5 exalted orbs, guys. 5 exalted orbs just ripped. 5 exalted orbs! Dirge, fucking hell. There was 5 exalted orbs, dude. I blame chat. I blame chat. I blame Dirge specifically. We need a clip. Type in the no. A little bit. Softcore! Fuck. What's even scarier? Softcore! Oh. We are so fucked. Guys, we need to realize it. We need a moment to realize it. I'm gonna disappear. I'm gonna bring myself some tea and water, and we're gonna continue. I'm actually a little bit happy that I died. Yeah, let's go play it. Actually, I want to see what the fuck killed me. Electrocuted. Really fucking electrocuted. Sad. Hello, softcore. Yeah. Gonna be back in a millisecond.
Mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama shark.
Are we ready to celebrate my death, guys? My early death. We had such a good run, guys. We had such a good run. I don't like it. Everyone is trading here. I don't have anything to trade! And then die and bring them to softcore. Does this consider cheating? Five exiles, guys.
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain, you are wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the... What? No! Don't let the Asmirian escape!
Fuck, we need to do the shore. We need to do the shore thing. Still worth it, hopefully. It's only take 25 minutes, maybe.
So to speak.
Super quick, guys, super quick.
You're alive. I'm glad to see another. Now I would
Yeah, the problem is the boss there. Ice King Sky High. No, and I've never been to Thailand before. How's there? Yeah, guys, I'm trying to get myself the... It's a plot. It's all a plot. Oh. Just haven't equipped it. Okay.
The thrill of the hunt.
Impossible! No, I'm not trying the Huntress. I'm trying to get my fucking Exalted Orbs to softcore. And apparently my couple of interesting pieces that I probably will sell. Ice Kings, not like a lot of people moved there after the war, so for Russians it's kind of easy to move to Thailand. Ah! I want to do like a rip command. Just a rip. We need a rip. We'll delete the first one. The first rip.
rise again.
Nah.
No going back now. One step further from home.
I died once, and that's how my journey ended. Now we do this because we need at least one more level. Yeah.
You're mine. The wind howls.
But I have no skeletons, guys! Wow! Wow! I like. Skeletons! Okay, that's becoming good. And then I'll disconnect 4. Some, but I can't say that they're too sexy, but I'll take them. Everything that was too good, I already sold, don't worry. I'm fucking gonna buy myself a new weapon.
Wind's fury.
Half a level. I got the scepter. I got the scepter as a drop. Shield I'm not using anyway. So this is just a dream come true. The dude is staying between me and my 5 exalts. Cool. 3 bars.
The thrill of the hunt.
Okay, less than 1 bar, guys. Less than 1 bar.
Time to find bigger game. The wind howls.
Ooh, damage. Let's go, guys. The fight of my life.
You there? Please aid us.
So this is the sickness I were warned about.
Fucking Skelly's died. From what?
The hunt is on.
Perfecto!
At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Really good drops for the early game.
Kelton, please come inside.
What a sorry sight. Spirit watch over this lot.
Fucking let's go. Loot time, yep. I don't care, dudes. I don't care. I absolutely don't care.
Welcome. If I don't got it, later. Who knows what deal? Bye then.
Not that space left, unfortunately. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not too greedy. So. How much do I care? Can we fucking sell something? don't know. I hope this will work. And I will not lose all of this.
Renly's the name. Well, I've Smith for you. There's a beat. Now, if you could channel your go well.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
And the guys and the scary music. Here it is for you, the scary music. Scary, scary.
What have we got? How can I help? There's a beast that, but now if you could channel, stick to the carrots.
Super packed, guys! Super packed! It's time to gloriously die. Item laundering, exactly. Phew, feels so weird, dying. Life is slow, life is very slow, I know. We have died. Now we're gonna resurrect our ass. Fuck yes! And so it begins. I don't get it. He did good. He did good. Fuck yes! Fuck, why this is happening? I don't get it. Shouldn't you just go here? Also, I press, it doesn't work. Some shit is happening on stuff. Ah, I know what. Oh my gosh, why hardcore it was automatic?
Spirits in hell. Bye then.
You fucking kidding me? I have to do it again? Salvage bench I have to do again? Isn't this ridiculous? But apparently I have to.
How can I help? Anything take your fancy?
I don't have the money!
Go well.
Fucking shit. I look happy. Yeah, also I don't kind of get Scroll of Wisdom except nostalgic vibe, but
Straight through the art.
one's to level 47, but they're dying so nice.
Proof of my prowess. The hunt is on.
It's still gonna take me a little bit of time to reach the maps, you know? Just a little bit. Ah, you mean that? Okay, it will drop. I'll fucking see it. Wake up, chat! Thank you, thank you. Because it's a nostalgic vibe from D2. They want people to give a damn. They want people to care. Look alive, chat! Look alive!
Over there. Bound to be runes in that pile. Heart of the storm! For folk who have already died, they're fought well enough.
So cool when you don't give a damn.
Aye, I'm hearing voices now. And yet the spirits stay
I don't get it.
silent.
But okay. killed me.
Hold on.
That attack killed me.
Hold on.
Super easy.
Let your blade fall where it will. Your fight's done now.
But unfortunately, this fucker killed me. Yeah, guys, we've been there. We all saw this. He did it.
Care to take a look at my helm?
Hello. Please, take another for my collection. Thank you. Stay safe.
Furious by Buddha. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
I don't have it. I don't have it. Fuck. On the first step. I know.
Good. Now the others.
Here's hoping I don't come to regret this.
I still love this build. Fucking the best build ever. Simic, by the way, is really sad. Like, everyone is playing Puppet Exile 2.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, those condemned...
He's unconscious, but...
Let's go trade.
The wound only by the grim tank. Goodbye.
How much better I can get? The weapon I can get. This is stupid. Told ya. It's already bad, guys. Requires level 77. Okay, here we, unfortunately. I would even say 51. It's a maybe. Check in game. What do you want? 1 exalt, let's go. Do the request! Oh guys, it's 2 exalted ores, but it's still so good. I like, give it to me. Is this you? I hear someone wanna buy it. For 2 exalt, someone wanna buy it? Are you in the right league? It's a different sphere. Yeah, wait. On the trade website, I think so. Not hardcore, yeah. I don't know. Seems like I invited this dude. But it's... Why does it... I don't know. Because they call their own items something bad. What can I do? Jump in? Ah, that's the request I sent this. Fuck. Which one do you want? Ah, you want to give me a spear? No. No. Why the fuck? No. Steal shit tons of. But 5 exalts. I don't want to spend 5 exalts. Steal shit tons of. 3 exalts. 2 exalts. That is probably the thing. Attack speed is an ultimate dream. We don't want to be greedy. And then we need to upgrade this and this. And maybe the amulet. Give me my sexy weapon! What are you waiting for? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, so fancy. Level 51. We are almost there, guys. We are like half a level away. It's perfecto. We continue our shopping! Not too bad, I agree. I agree. It's time for the boots. Guys, energy shield or evade? Or no one gives a damn. Or evasion. But which one? Fucking hate it. Not bad. That they have a bunch of shit that's super confusing. Seems decent. Thought of you. This beautiful person is not answering to me. We need half a level anyway, and we need the gloves. Attack speed on the gloves. Let's get attack speed on the gloves.
Straight through the air. Come on. That was almost a challenge.
Fuck my boots! My boots! My boots, guys! Motherfucker. At least this gentleman is good. Out of you. This is for me too. Level 51, guys, and a little bit of strength we need. We're gonna work on it. Thanks so much, wonderful person. We have 37. It's doable. We need an amulet probably. Or shield with strength. Or belt with strength.
Answers my call. Watch your step. Not even the trees escape this cinders.
What is the second one?
Flames feast. Blaze of glory. Embers of hate. Fury of flame. Burn. Nature's hurting, and only stopping this rock.
Who the fuck are you?
Flesh to cinders.
It is the exile! It's the exile! It's the exile!
Perish. Blaze of glory.
She's the fire fucking sorceress. Well. Drop steel trash. They can appear in campaign? Yeah, they can, but it's the first time I see.
A worthy foe.
No, like rings and amulets. Okay. Can't even sell this shit.
You're mine. Lightning strikes twice.
Guys, we need the gloves, the amulet, the belt. But let's go first the gloves. Grilled ya! Did it. Empty spaces.
Some strange magic's taken hold of these roots.
Gloves. Something does not exist on the gloves. It's the second attack speed, guys! The first attack speed does not exist on the gloves. I'm hated. Anybody know what we are looking for? That's really good. That's like a little bit low, yeah, everything, but still. In my situation, it is. But the gentleman does not respond!
If the Fae spirits are still watching, I believe they will.
Come on! Straight through the air!
I'm also giving him a bit of time. Already did, he's still not answering, so... New gloves! Okay, I still need to level to 51, so the dude has time till I reach 51. No, it's quite visible.
Calls to mind me Uncle Tarek in his later years. time this tomb earned its name and kept the praetor's wife good and buried.
No, both are here.
Lightning strikes twice.
Yeah, guys, a little bit different gameplay I have on softcore. You think so? A little bit.
Return to nothing.
Let's see how rich I am. Apparently, some bullshit. Apparently, doesn't look like something super good. I would say not bad. I'll say this is not bad. Also life, and I don't need intelligence. That's why, guys.
Lightning shatters bone.
One more Exalted Orb, guys! We're gonna so trade. The gentleman is not answering. The gentleman has answered. White rampant shield, okay. Don't forget.
this place. Wilt and rot. Dare you disturb me? Just die already! My love, I call to you. Wilt and rot. Right of the fourth moon.
Look
Call to you.
This one you got.
Prison of bone. Now hold still. Sacrificial soul to me, Draven. Counter! No escape!
Too easy. Softcore, super easy, guys.
couldn't save you.
Like nothing. I haven't yet equipped all the OP gear.
Bring it on.
$47, I'm almost 51.
Time to reap the rewards.
Dordia, if you want. If you want, I can give you the scepter. No problemo. Too sexy. Okay, it's totally fine. Yeah, you can jump in. It's you. I assume. Yeah, no, maybe it's you. Yeah, it's you.
you. I did it. Переопит. Хи-хи. Thank you.
What have we got? Take a look. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Это момент я.
You defeated. Fine. Come back when you have the other key.
What the holy fuck? No, it's okay. It's okay. You can have it. I need more dexter. Fuck. Okay. Okay. So guys. We need to get strength and dexterity amulet. Shittonso.
Okay, intelligence can suck. No, theoretically, even accuracy rating, guys, 26. Good. Useless, 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 but well. I like this. Oh, fuck, that's so low. But it's good. That's not bad. Too much thinking. Let's go. You're not gonna answer anyway. Guys, it's insane. There is so much more loot. It's enormous amount of loot. Like beta loot on softcore. It seems like more people are playing. It's unbelievable. Or it looks like more people are playing. Last one. And after that, we blast absolutely till the end game. Fucking perfect. If you will answer.
I heard you're heading for the... If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Once again. Dude! It would be really sweet if you would answer. Maybe. 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 too high. Actually, the shit I think is also too high. Nah, but it's like one thing too high. Oh, come on! I want your shield! Everything else has like super high strength, guys. Dude, I want your shield! Okay, this one, what do we have? 14 strength. It's a maybe. Yeah, it should be now. Oh, come on, people like have one lost exalt. Can I spend it? Which seemed, except hardcore, which seemed scary. Fuck this game. What? Someone died? What happened? Who cares? Seems scary. Come on, dude! I need your shield. It's messing with my build. Timid Kai Kai. +6 strain. I already sent him. Fuck! Reduce attribute requirements. I need this. You fucking kidding me? Great. Fuck! The gentleman is FKing! Anyway, we'll be good enough.
What have we got? Anything take your fancy? That's a good one. Stick to the cairns.
It's a really good shield. We are almost there. Almost. The only thing that we need is exalted orbs. Bunch of them. Guys, trade is broken. I cannot get. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, dude. Finally. We're whispering the first trade not to trade with you. I'm not surprised. I'm still long enough to know that even this shit is possible. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. No, I'm absolutely blind. It's amazing. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm gonna... Oh my gosh, my brain gonna explode. Fuck! No, I didn't. I wasn't scammed. I wasn't scammed. No, 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 guys. No, no, no. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's all fine. But now we're fucked. I need a little bit more intelligence, so... We're gonna go and see what we will find.
Bring it on.
Guys, but anyway, I have the new weapon. Wow. I have the new weapon. It all doesn't matter.
That were almost a challenge.
True that, by the way. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. We'll find. I don't have the gem for it. You shall not pass! Linen belt I don't need. What I was supposed to sell for 5 exiles, I don't know.
Reckon it's time to put this Draven to bed. Another hunt, another trophy.
Right in my hands. White rampant shield.
Flying shutter's bone! Need a moment. A clean kill!
Woo! Totally forgot. The new boots that I cannot wear right now would add me a lot of movement speed. Come on, dude.
Now, your soul will join my steeple of
That's a good thing.
Death away!
I have a new spear, you motherfucker!
the spirit's hunger. Cut down. Your soul is mine. Cut down. The Eternals will never surrender. Cut down. Succumb to the Empire. Your soul is mine. Rend your soul. Rend your soul. Perish. My beloved Asinia.
At your request.
Your intrusion will be punished.
We as Mary are older still. Lightning strikes twice. The hunt is on.
The next dude. Maybe he will kill me.
Do my eyes again deceive me? At last, it's open! Praise the first one!
But since we really don't care, it's fine.
What is this? Graves! Isabel! Torco! Callum! The family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense!
Come on, da, ja. Faster! Schneller, schneller! Faster, faster!
Yeah, on softcore I would lose all the shit already. On hardcore, I mean. On hardcore I would lose already everything. And restart 5,000 times, but well. No one cares in softcore! And? Where is the Triumph Committee? Guys, me yesterday, after the training in the middle of the night, was cleaning the windows in my streaming dungeon. You know, so how good this is. I cleaned it just so the curtain will arrive and I will cover the window and it will be pinch black inside and I will not see the window ever. Yikes! So smart. Yeah, we're good. We cannot right now do shit.
You found the...
Yes? Take a punt. Sure. I'll take it off your hands.
Go make a legend or two.
No, that was spring. 17 degrees. No. Guys, this whole week it's like plus 10 and in the morning it's like even minus. But on the weekend it will be plus 20. Plus 20 it will be on the weekend. My friendo is opening a new building.
Bring it on.
Oh, wait, my brain. Okay, it's a big event on the weekend. I don't even remember the word in Russian. Shit. Oh, again. Again, motherfucker. Look, again, motherfucker. I don't see you, but here you are.
Don't make me kill you.
You lol. You seriously think that you can kill me? That is so cute.
End this foolishness.
Look at those drops. Is it good? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? I don't know. too bad.
That were almost a challenge.
You all are so bad that I want to start crying. Maybe it's worth.
Straight through the art.
And this the map where the dude's supposed to be? Guys, do I need to go there? I need to go there to get something, to get the salvage bench. Oh, whoa, Indonesia. Wow. That's one big wow from us.
Look out! I've been itching for a good hunt. Feisty, are we? No beast alive can best me. This were well made.
That seems like shit.
Lightning strikes twice. The hunt is on.
Thank you so much for the win. Super sexy, guys. Two more points are incoming. This is so amazing. Literally, I just run through. I don't care. I just run through.
Heart of the storm. Rhythm and prowess.
I got heavy belt. We're gonna go sell it, yeah? We're gonna go sell it.
No quarter.
For one exalt, heavy belt. Can we even sell right now, heavy belt? Or no one cares? No, no one cares anymore.
Pack's full.
One orb of alchemy. They're selling it for. Okay. Guys, super quick, super quick.
I have
Evelyn, hi, thank you so much. Nice to see you. You kidding me? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God damn it. It's super annoying. Let them burn. Thank you, thank you. Stop making me blush! That's not good. That's more expensive. That's so much more expensive. That is more expensive. Fuck. Ah! Fuck. Woo! That's more expensive. That shit is more expensive. Wait. I don't know what I got. Plug Finder. Yeah, I got Plug Finder. Guys, how much? Emily, oh my gosh. Nice to see you. Woo. I bet the hardest I haven't played it yet. It is it's Lightning Spear JAVAZON from D2. It's cool, and I just got an Exalta price fixing. Guys, they're selling them for 8 Exalted Orbs. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. We got something. We got something cool. Like, let's see actually what do we have. 45. My gosh, I think I have even the good rolls. I have 45, 6 attack speed, 20 chance to poison. No, my rolls are not too bad. I would give them if I were you. Poison Lightning Spear build. No. I do not do it. For how much should we list them? For how much should we list them? Nine exalts. 9. 8 exalts. Like, let's say it's sale for 8 exalts. Sorry, people. You released higher. Oh, I don't think so.
Yes. So if we are to heal, I don't know how to ask this of you.
The whole game is, guys, pretty much fucking trading. Definitely, it's all about trading.
These are just some odds and ends of mine. Another for my collection. Thank you.
Actually, critical chance is not too bad.
Bye.
What do you need?
Sorry, I like to hold. I will treasure it.
They're starting at 1 divine on hardcore. Fuck! Yeah, I could be rich on hardcore.
Straight through the art. The hunt is on.
That's how, I don't know, it's sniping or what? It's sniping. Because they see if this shit is like, oh what, they are getting some notifications that this item went for a low price. I'm not quite there yet.
will thank me for this, no doubt.
I hear it, guys. I hear it. Someone wants it.
There's a time and a place for violence.
Eight exalts, baby! 8 exalts! Holy crap!
I think I should.
Aye, these tired ears could use a tune or two.
Already sold, boys and girls. Already sold. Still they were contacting me. Sorry, I have 7 exalts. I'm really sorry, dude, but I got 2 other requests.
You've got red on you.
Jesus, this is so insane! Guys, this is so fucking insane! I am literally... Oh, you have only 7 exalts? No, fuck this. Like, let's... Because I have the list of people who wanna buy it. Wow! Ooh, this is so cool! This is so bad. Anna is being rich. Apparently, Anna is being rich. No, I don't know. This dude is not joining, apparently. The character is not online. When he was playing Path of Exile 2, but the rest was in live auctions when he was playing Path of Exile 2. Now I put it for 9 exalts. I'm a really bad person. I feel it, guys. Pathfinder. Pathfinder gloves.
Nary an inch spared the flames. These poor folk are beyond saving. Straight through the heart.
This is for the spear, guys. This is not the one. Fucking amazing, I must say. Amazing. Became the trading junkie. But trading makes it fun, like for real. Oh. With pleasure, dude. We just made 10 exalts! I probably will regret it. Maybe later, guys, in the endgame, I will fucking regret it. I get it. But well. That was an amazing experience. Now I'm gonna get myself some ring.
Bring it on. Lightning strikes twice.
The funny part is that I'm like a newbie and they are buying it from me. Guys, on this map, I'm supposed to find something, yeah?
Not this time.
It's on this map.
You had your chance to kill me.
I need to find something for the salvage bench.
I'll rip your damn throat out. The guillotine drops.
Oh. Let's rasa kai kai. Let's go.
No escape. Not this time.
You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn.
Kinda true.
Justice will be served.
Wait!
Rip your damn throat out.
Up and away!
The guillotine drops. Kill our criminal. Nowhere to run. Get down. The dogs will have you for that.
The hunt is on!
Easy. Easy. Sneezy. Where is the salvaging bench, guys? Here. Here. Yep, it is here. Ana is super OP. Waypoint, waypoint, waypoint. And we are back.
Straight through the art.
We gonna find it.
This is what I get for fraying, yeah?
Look at this. We're not gonna get it, guys. We're not gonna get it because we fucking died. Right on the loot. I hate it. I hate it the most.
The thrill of the hunt.
Exactly. But sometimes when you're greedy. Yeah, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. And pick it up.
Lightning strikes twice. Ought to come in handy.
Pick it up! That's amazing. I don't know, guys, but I feel like it's kind of bad, but my strategy is like whatever uniques I'm getting, just to put them on trade and see if someone wanna buy them. Cool. Cool. I guess that worked. Fucking hell, where is my salvage bench? No, I'm perfectly fine. Seems to be fine. Yeah, but then people are trying to snipe me and I feel... Feels like something dropped. killing me.
Wait! A worthy foe!
Should really have a different sound. Mean Brain, you miss the insanity. Absolutely the insanity of me. Selling a cool item for a lot of money.
For what it isn't worth.
It was the process.
The girls at every time I stick to the cairns.
Nine exalts.
Owner's help. You've caught me. Take a punt. Guess I can help. Watch yourself out there.
Oh, I shouldn't do this. Fuck. Guys, no, one more map. Just one more map. Now we look so sexy, guys. We need cold dress. Especially for the bosses. Oh, fuck. We really need cold dress. So beautiful.
There is a enter. Take revenge.
One last map.
Lightning strikes twice! Naught but scrap!
That's how you play PoE. With one hand! Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I don't know why they're complaining. I mean, super easy game. Oops, hit the wall. Good luck. I'm allowing you to clip it, yeah, and post it on Reddit.
Straight through the art.
I think so, guys. Let's go that spat. Let's go that spat, absolutely. Huntress, the best class to play is obviously Huntress. I am team Jonathan. I am team just get good.
But stick his head on a pike. The hunt is on.
Because of this, look what I do. I play with one hand. Oh. Added the second hand, almost died. No, right now you're gonna see him. I'm a Witch fan, Ultimate Witch fan. I really like the gameplay with the minions. But this is my dream from D2, so... I will be a little bit unhappy, guys, that I'm gonna add the druid.
There's the tyrant in all his rotten glory. Proof of my prowess.
So rich. I know that I forgot this dude there, but 20 live, guys. I don't know. Too lazy. Eventually I will do him. We need a little bit better music to fight the boss.
Lightning strikes twice!
Ouch. Martial weapon, sorry. Amazing. Amazing.
The thrill of the hunt! A clean kill! I've heard enough of the beast to know feeding it's a fool's game.
Just a cold charm. Just a cold charm. Just a cold charm. Didn't charge it. This is stupid.
Straight through the heart.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promise.
No, let's see, guys, how we're gonna die.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Go on then. Come and get it.
Easy prey. Ugh. That will not go unpunished. Nah. You'll pay with your life. You will falter. Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expected so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! Chilling frost.
Straight through the heart.
Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure. With bloodlust empowered. Our Esamir endured. But soon all were devoured. In unending war. Death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour. Requiem on high. I will take out your heart! Freezing gale. I smell your blood. And I am...
That's not blood, dude! That's unlimited lightning fucking power!
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages.
Good, yeah.
From the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Stop talking, you mother cracker!
Kill her.
And drop me my loot!
But first,
Wolfist wanna be.
please, stop the madness.
As you wish.
Yeah, guys, out of hardcore, this is freaking nothing. This is super lol.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
On this note, I'm out. Guys, but on the other hand, I would start on softcore, I wouldn't be so OP. I'm so OP because I'm a couple of levels ahead of fucking everything, and because I gathered resources on hardcore and spent them and got myself the OP build and OP gear. Also, I know the moves.
Make haste. How can I advise you? Thank you.
The clan leaders are all... We'll be just fine, hero. You're feeling lucky? Deal. Boy, then.
Not now.
Our journey will continue tomorrow. See you, absolutely sexy people. Thank you so much.
Betrayal of corruption.
Hopefully early. Yes, today.
The Countess has escaped.
Today we're late, tomorrow we early. We go.
Well, this outpost.
Tomorrow let's watch the Last Epoch interview. Jump in! Woo! Have fun, boys and girls. Have fun. Stay awesome.